What months? Oh. में थोड़ी ज़्यादा मुश्किल पड़ रही है। आज लगा था वो सुबह सुबह उठ के बढ़ गई आज। नहीं RTM पे होता ना। हाँ हाँ गेस्ट हाँ गेस्ट ऑफ कर इसलिए नहीं दिखा। the primal connection. It exists in us all. For as long as I can remember, it has also felt like destiny. I am Shashank Birla. Over the years, I have donned different roles. A writer, a photographer, a filmmaker, a naturalist. All in the quest to be closer to the wild. This October, I embark on a path never walked before in India to bring the wilderness closer to you. As you absorb the sights, pulsate with the sounds, feel at one with the wild, and all of this from the comfort of your home, live. Are we ready? Abhi, check. Are we ready? Tell me when you're live. Done? Have we switched the RTM? Yeah. Good morning everyone and welcome to Safari 4 here in the Kanha Tiger Reserve, guys. Welcome to Tiger Country Live. I am your host and naturalist Shashank Birla, and as always I am super excited and super amped to be showing you the amazing diversity of wildlife that you're going to get to see in the Khatia buffer zone of the Kanha Tiger Reserve. And once again we are going to be exploring this park to see what all we can see. The premier objective of doing this is to show you that even in the buffer zones of these tiger reserves, there is a diversity of wildlife to see, including those amazing big cats like tigers and leopards that everyone wants to see. This is a non-commercial awareness-based initiative. We want to promote buffer zones so that more and more visitors visit these particular zones of the park. It is also a non-commercial initiative where all the recorded footage taken during this live stream will be the copyright of the Chief Wildlife Warden of Madhya Pradesh. Without any further ado, I would like to introduce you to my team. Behind the camera is Yash Bajaj. Yash, can you give a quick wave in front of the camera? So he's all snuggled up because it's a little cold today. And of course, I'd like you to introduce you to the rest of my team. Suklal Khairwar, with an experience of guiding 28 years. Deepak Yadav, our driver, who will be guiding our journey here, our pilot, our captain. And we have Om Prakash of the Tiger Protection Force, the reason this park exists and the reason that amazing wildlife exists here because of the protection and efforts that they undertake. So guys, please join us. Aye. So I hope you all are very excited. And of course we have our in-studio team, Abhishek Dharera. Abhishek Dharera, who is also keeping a cap on the comments. So yes, and of course I can see all of your comments as well, and they will let me know as and when I'm seeing it. So DP and Abhishek are here at the back end monitoring the entire stream. Alright, so let's see who we have. Pratima, Akram, Mohini. Wow, already so many people. Peter, welcome from Australia, Peter. Hi guys, how are you all doing this morning? So Mohini, I'm going to just show you a comment if I can, because it's quite nice. It does take quite a bit of preparations before you set off. That's your right. They're right. Also, all other safari tours who are trying to see the lions and tigers contact each other. Okay, so Mohini, it's a good question. It's a good question. What we just want to actually show is, yes, it does take quite a bit of preparation to, of course, start with this particular live safari. So we have to run our checks and balances, all ensuring that the stream is going properly. Apart from that, though, in terms of the safari tours, we of course study movements. We keep a track of where various wildlife is being seen, because we want to show you maximum diversity of wildlife. So we'll try and study the patterns of wildlife movement as much as possible. And yes, of course, everybody wants to see big cats like tigers and leopards. So we do try to keep track of their movements as well. But there is no way we can actually track these animals. There's no way we can actually continuously track these animals, because there's no radio chip, there's no microchip. These animals are roaming free in the jungle. So honestly, the best way we can do that is by interpreting jungle signs. Now, by interpreting jungle signs, I mean that you look for visual clues, pug marks, droppings. Those are the sort of things we look for. Scratch marks, urine marks. Those are the things tigers leave behind, and the most important, audio clues. Alarm calls by other animals indicating the presence of a predator. So spotted deer, sambar deer, peacocks, langur monkeys. These are some of the animals that indicate the presence of a predator by making certain calls. So as we enter, we already are seeing certain wildlife, and of course I'd like to show you. And once again, it's a complete recap of yesterday. Wow. Look at that. Hi Mohammed, I am well. I hope you're doing well. Hi Ashutosh, good morning. So once again, you have these amazing young cheetah practicing almost every day now. They are sparring. We saw them yesterday morning as well, doing the same. And today morning too, they are sparring, they are practicing. This is not a serious fight. You can tell by the way they are, a little delicate in their movements, not very aggressive in their movements, just trying to test out each other, how they can. Hi Anant, very good to see you. Good morning. Thank you so much. So yes, we just here again you can see they're just practicing. If you actually see a full-throated fight, they will be. You can see the ramming and the power and the force that actually comes in there. So you can see that even though I'm talking, they're actually going about their usual business. This is what I was sharing, that many of these animals are habituated to these vehicles being around. So they go about their natural behavior, and we just watch them to see how they go about their day. So that's about it. So we'll leave them be, let them practice, and we'll move on further ahead. So perhaps some of the visitors that have tuned in for the live safari yesterday morning would have also seen a similar scene where these two young stags are fighting it out, sparring. Like I had shared earlier, this is to basically prepare them for the future, because cheetah operate in a harem. That means there is a dominant male that then mates with all the females of the herd, and to showcase dominance, one of the most important things that cheetah actually use are those antlers. Now, the bigger the antler set, the more impressive the antler set. It is thought that the more dominance that a particular male can show, it very often will not have to fight with other males to do that. Just the size and the size of the antler set can be enough to intimidate other males. So those antlers are both decorative, but they are also combat weapons as well. And yes, there are occasions when cheetah do fight, and yes, they can cause very grievous injuries to each other when that happens. So yes, those antlers are formidable weapons as well. And as I had shared with you yesterday, they also shed these antlers every 1.5 years or so. So they continuously grow and then fall off. And that is what you see in deer. Deer have antlers that are shed. So, Muhammad Usman, so how long can a deer horn grow? It's difficult for me to put it in the size. I know that the largest antlers that you see in the deer in India are probably either by the Kashmir stag or by the Sambar deer. I've seen antlers of both. Both are very large, but it's difficult for me to put a size. So एंटलर का कभी साइज मेजर किया होगा, कितना रहेगा? बड़ा सा बड़ा एंटलर डेढ़ दो फीट. Okay. So according to Sukhi, some of the biggest antlers he would have seen possibly of sambar deer would be in the range of approximately 2.5-3 feet. So that's how long they can grow. Then you have the Barasingha here, which has branches or tines in its antlers. So that means that in a particular antler set, there will be multiple branches. That is why it gets the name Barasingha. Of course, I hope to show you that species as well. So far, we've not seen it on the safari, but there is a spot further ahead where you might just catch a glimpse of it. Barasingha tend to keep a little more towards the core zone. We are right now in the buffer zone of the park. But yes, they have been seen here also sometimes. So let's see what our luck holds. So also we are going to try and see if we can catch any early signs of predator movement. This is a good time. This is a good time to actually get them. There is no disturbance on the road so far. Nothing to actually walk. Let's see what. My apologies, in the rush of things I think I've forgotten my hairband today, so my hair might be a little bit of a mess. Is good. Abhishek, are you well there? Hello? Yes, Abhishek. All good right now? Jungle which is close to the village. Of course, like you would have seen in the previous night safari, there is also plenty of wildlife even here, and especially during the mornings and evenings. You can catch a glimpse of most of that rare wildlife when there's not many people around on the road, and that's what we are aiming to see. typical of the Indian forest that you're not going to continuously see wildlife. That wildlife, wait for it, be patient. And as we have seen in the other live safari as well, that's when you get a glimpse of something interesting. Osman, you're asking how many years do elephants live? Approximately 60 to 70 years. Usually that's the average lifespan. Just started once for
टाइगर गया है
सामने
गया है
सामने. Okay, so guys, pug marks, we found them. We're gonna have a look.
रात में तो गाड़ी चली गई, एक गाड़ी गई है, एक गाड़ी की बात चला गई.
थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना और ये कहाँ कटी है. So guys, we are tracking some pug marks. A tiger has walked earlier on the morning on this path. I'm talking in very low tones now because I don't want to give a lot of sound. It appears to be a female, and females are very shy, and the female tiger here is very shy. still going on. Pug marks are still going on onto the safari track. Good morning, Shilpa. How are you? Yes, Shilpa. We are also ensuring that the image is bright enough so that you can see. It's fairly clear right now, and we have found some fresh tiger pug marks. Not as fresh, say, as yesterday, but a tiger has walked this morning on the path, and we're just trying to trace those pug marks right now to where they might be. It's a mixture of soft sand and hard gravel on the safari track, so we have to wait for soft sand patches where we can see the pug marks clearly. Seem to have stopped. We're just going to make sure and check a little bit ahead as well. Because she has passed through the jungle and then come onto the track again. Good morning, Jayata. Good to see you today morning. Early in the morning. फीमेल जो है चलती है कोर की तरफ जाती है
कोर से तो आई
आगे निकल रही है इधर पे आदमी लोग आ जाते हैं
Morning, Adiraj. See you today morning on safari with us. villagers are allowed to come here, collect ores, produce firewood, etc. And also to get their cattle grazed. Right now it will be fairly undisturbed. It's still pretty early. So just trying to take our chances. See what we can come across. Nimesh, good morning Rajveer. Nimesh, yes, there's certainly a chance to see a tiger in the zone. We saw pug marks yesterday morning, very fresh pug marks, and we got alarm calls as well. But we missed seeing the tiger. And today morning again, we have come across pug marks from today morning. So I'm just trying to get a sense because we're the first vehicle on the track here. So we are covering as much ground as we can to see if there could be something near the road. Walking in the early morning. Google today morning. Vishal, we haven't seen the tiger yet. We just come across pug marks, so we need to see now where the tiger would have gone. And the best way we can come to know that is by the alarm calls of other animals, or if we see the tiger itself. But right now it's pretty silent. Yash, were you able to show the cuckoo? Right. So the cuckoo, the crow pheasant, which I told you, a member of the cuckoo family, is going about its morning routine. Check. So I will try and prioritize our chance of seeing the tiger right now because we're the first vehicle on the track. It's vital to cover as much ground as we can to get a sense of the movement. I am also going to endeavor to go to an area where there's a little bit of a network connectivity issue as well, but we'll try and take a chance there as well to see if there's any movement there. While we're on the getting in? Got it? Huh? Okay, so we got a glimpse of the wild boar as well. There were around 4 wild boars that were here. We just stopped a little distance from them, so luckily they didn't run off, they just walked away.
थोड़ा सा आगे ले। हाँ, रुको 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 रुको।
Alright, so those are wild boar guys. Members of the pig family. They are omnivores and they stay in a group often called the sunder, S-O-U-N-D-E-R. Out on the safari tag because there were no other vehicles today, so it was less disturbed. So because of that, they were on the track and we got them. So that's what we did.
आराम से रोक रोक। गलत गलत।
Give you a good look at them. Yes, Rajveer, we did see Pagma we got live Pagma from the morning. Yes, go now. So this was a tiger, and but it looks like she has not walked on the safari track again. So it seems likely she has gone further in from where we last saw the Pagmas. फीमेल को पकड़ने क्या थे
ये अपना आगे ट्राई करते हैं एक बार आठ सौ के
Rajveer, no, those are not bears, they were wild boars. They are members of the pig family. Abhishek, can you please let me know the questions in the comments? I may not be able to see all of them. Yeah, I just answered that. Those are wild boars, not bears, or members of the pig family. As I said, they are omnivores, feed on meat and plant fruits. And they are quite resourceful. And they can be very dangerous as well actually. They have long tusks with which they can fight off even larger predators. Even tigers have to think twice about attacking them. Though of course they do attack and feed on wild boar, but the wild boar is a formidable opponent because they have a scrappy nature, so they can fight back and even injure the tiger with those tusks of theirs. Those tusks, they come out from the bottom towards jaw and jet out.
नहीं चल
Just got a glimpse of a red jungle fowl. So it disappeared deeper into the underbrush. Yes, am I audible? Can you just check? Audio is clear, right? Audio is clear, right? Can you just check? Thanks, Shilpa. I hope you like that section of the wild boar. We saw at the start of the track are no longer there on the track. That means the tiger has some gone somewhere inside the canyon. What we will do is just check the track further ahead now to see if there's any other signs that we can come across, because there is another male tiger in this area as well. So we're going to see if there are any signs further up ahead. We just want to make a plan as to which direction we should head into. See if we might need to go back to check the female tiger or further on again. is that we want to cover maximum ground and actually be able to see. So yes, as I was saying, we've been trying to get a sense of the movements today morning of the various animals, and today morning it was vital that we cover maximum ground. Yeah. Stream it again. Can I get a bitrate update? 2.5. Yeah. It'll be back up. You can let me know if you have any questions as well, guys. I'll be happy to answer those. Grab your morning teas and coffees and join me in this Kanha winter. comment? Any comments? Any comments? Hello? Hello? Abhishek? Hello? Back. We are going in a weak network coverage area. We'll be back in network coverage soon, yeah? Hello? 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 Yeah, Abhishek, in case if needed, do it as per need, yeah? Do it as per need. If you see the drop, then go to be right back. It's okay, जब तक चल रहा है it's fine, let it go on. If you see it continuously drop and not working, then just go and be right back. We'll be back in network coverage. बैक एक एक्सपेक्टेड राइट नाउ। हाँ चल रहा है, ठीक है, ओके ओके। Guys, we are going to go into a newer area today. Just to try and see what we might find. Let me just have a quick discussion with Deepak, Suki, and Om Prakash as to what our plan is, and accordingly we'll take forward. क्या करना है? Suki?
सीधा ऊपर चलते हैं। इधर एक ड्राइव मार देते हैं। साल बाद जाना जाना बंद है।
कभी इससे चालू हो जाएगा इनका? वहाँ से पलट जाते हैं जाके चेक कर लेंगे। We have now reached another area of the park. So this is going to be new for you guys. We are covering this area for the first time now on the live safari. This is another gate of the Khatia buffer zone, known as the Chhapri gate. So there'll be another check post that there's also another check that is done here. And after that we'll be proceeding further ahead. This terrain is a little different where we go further ahead. Of course, it's pretty straight when we go forward. But then as we go further ahead, we may lose network for a little bit. And then we'll be going up towards hill terrain, very hilly, lots of bamboo. And since there won't be any movement just yet, we want to check if there's any movement there right now. And we'll check that out and then make a plan accordingly as to how we should proceed. हाँ ले लो
ठीक है।
गेट पे कुछ थी आवाज गेट पे आवाज कुछ थी अभी कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया getting a sense if there was any movement or any alarm calls in the morning. None yet, so we'll just go and check and try our luck. Abhishek, further ahead again important. See if as you can see, there are today as well. A few more vehicles are in the buffer park as well. This is what as well. Not you can as well. I think you can start now. Abhi, have you put it on the back? So guys, we are back. This is the Black network. Back in connectivity, and as you can see, the terrain has completely changed now. It's heavy. Lots of bamboo, lots of bamboo. It's rocks as well. This is a good habitat for chausinga, horned antelope, one of the rare species of antelopes that you can get to see in India. This is a good patch for that, good patch for leopard movement and tiger movement as well. And since it's been relatively undisturbed since the morning, I'm just trying to see if there's been any sign of movement here as well. Very good morning, Amit. I hope you're doing well. So I can hear an Indian grey hornbill from somewhere here. On the track, on the track. Got it? And here's the common cuckoo, guys. Lovely, out on its morning feed. You can see it's checking the dirt. And you can see it's probing almost like a sewing machine. Tuck, 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 like a sewing machine. It's probing the sand for any small insects, invertebrates. And now it's on the side of the mangrove and it's now back in the open. At that, what a lovely sight to see this amazing bird. Like I had shared in the previous live streams, it's quite a special bird. It's got an erect crest, those black and white wings, and a light brown body. And another thing that you would notice that I had shared with you last time is that there is in fact a cyclone that has also been named after this bird called hudhud. So this bird is also known as the hudhud. And you can see it's just going about its daily day looking for food. And since we stopped at quite a distance from it, it's relatively undisturbed, going about its normal routine. And now in the patch of sunlight as well. It's a beautiful morning, nice clear winter morning, and I don't mind a bit of sunlight because it's fairly cold in the morning. So I'm looking forward to getting some sun. I hope the tigers and the leopards are too. How amazing would it be if they came out to sun themselves as well. bird in the morning. I hope you all enjoyed the sight of that wonderful bird from the jungles of the Khatia buffer zone here in the Kanha Tiger Reserve as well. Bamboo here. That also indicates groundwater. Even though it's rocky here, quite a good habitat for a number of species that like to stay hidden. These rocky patches make up it of something special as well. So the terrain is a little not very smooth. The track is a little rocky. Because of the terrain itself, that when we get on these hillsides, the rock is required to actually stabilize the path as well. The patrolling guards. Try and put it against some dark background for the contrast. And I will show you another species that we have come across, and in this patch you can see quite a few of them. Did you get it? To show you the giant food spiders. It's very hard to get on the film, but we're going to do our best. Got it? Hmm? Hmm? Got it? Okay, so that's the giant wood spider, the female. Huh? Yes, have you got it? Okay, so that's the giant wood spider, guys. Now that is a female. She does appear to have caught something and has also spun a web around it. So I'm not sure what exactly she might have caught. A couple of days ago when we were doing the test surveys, we saw that she had caught butterfly. We saw a live butterfly kill as well, because the butterfly just flew into the web and the spider very quickly ran towards the butterfly, and that was the kill right there. And then it proceeded to wrap it around for storage. Now on this particular web, this is a female that you can see very, very clearly. However, do not be surprised that the males might also be on the web. However, they are nearly impossible to see from the naked eye until and unless you're looking very, very closely, because the males are much smaller than the females. In fact, they're so small that you can barely see them, while the females are very easily visible even from a distance. So you can get a sense of the size difference between two when I can tell you that the females you can see from a distance and the males you can't even see if you're very close. So that's the size difference between the two. Typically when it's a very, very dangerous job for the males to mate with the females, because the male will try and drop a sperm pocket onto the female, but as soon as it has done that, the female may then actually feed on the male as well. Then she'll try and kill the male and feed on it. Now that is done, of course, as a strategy because she needs energy to guard her brood and to reproduce and to lay eggs. So because of that, she may end up killing the male and consuming the male as well. So in the world of spiders, it is the females that rule. Negotiating this hilly terrain again, trying to see whatever we can come across. There's possibly another jeep that is also ahead of us. Trying to get a sense of what's happening here in this hilly part of the Khatia buffer zone. Sal jungle further behind. But yeah. Rita, is it? Good morning, Rita. How are you? Good to see you today morning as well. I'm really happy to see that so many of our viewers are coming again and again on our live safaris. Really happy. And thank you, Rita, for joining us today morning. In this lovely winter morning in the Kanha Tiger Reserve. Yes, we good on the audio? Huh? I can't hear you yet. Okay. What about now? Yes? Huh? Better? No. Still there. Might get a little bit of network interference here. Oh. Just trying changing the location. Better there? Huh?
A bit better.
नीचे का देखा है?
A bit better.
हाँ?
A bit better.
Lovely weather.
Speak a bit loudly.
So I'm a little, still feeling a little cold because of the morning cold. I'm hoping the sunlight will warm me up a little bit. The winters seem to have come to a little early this time. Very quick drop in temperatures today from yesterday. So
Bit loud.
yeah. Now I believe that winter is well and truly here in the Kanha Tiger Reserve. And in case you're coming here to Kanha, I would recommend that you get your jackets and sweaters and woolen caps, perhaps even thermals, because the winter is well and truly here in Kanha. It's nice and crisp and chilly in the mornings and in the late evenings and in the night as well. So I would recommend that if you're coming here, just try and be well prepared for the cold in the mornings. Audio is okay? Okay. It should get better. Different part of the park. As you see, we have not visited here on the live safari before. Just see if you can try and get it. It's come towards you, closer to you there. It's
बंद कर ले
walking.
गाड़ी बंद
Well, we've seen a barking deer, guys, but it's on the move and in some dense undergrowth, so I'm not sure you all will be able to see it. Gaya, no? Gaya.
पीछे ले जा
पीछे ले लो थोड़ा सा देखो अगर दिख रहा है. You just got to try and see if you can get a good look at it. It appeared to be a female.
रोक 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 हाँ ठीक हल्का सा पीछे ले जा हल्का सा एकदम बस 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 बंद कर
See if you can get it. Once you get it, let me know. Yeah.
चलो एक सेकंड
Got it? Okay, so guys, I'm very happy. Thank you, Yash. That was... Sorry?
not much glimpse, it's just a glimpse.
Okay, I think you might have just got a glimpse of the barking deer. Yash was trying his best to show it to you. We were not sure if you would be seeing it. Peach now. But Yash really wanted to show it to you because he spotted it himself as well. Right. And I think... Huh? It's gone? So it's going to try and show it to you. It's at a little bit of a distance away and in some dense undergrowth.
आगे आगे दे एक मिनट रुक जल्दी पीछे कर पीछे कर पीछे और आने दे आने दे आने दे आने दे आने दे ठीक कर ब्रेक मार
गया लेकिन
नहीं नहीं जा रहा
You getting it, Yash?
Yeah.
Okay, so Yash has managed to get a second glimpse of the barking deer. I believe that's a female that you guys might be looking at. From oh yes, lovely. Look at that. Beautiful. This is a solitary species of deer, like I had told you. And they are either found solitary or in pairs. They belong to an older family of deer. They don't look very much similar in appearance to the spotted deer or sambar deer. They're much smaller.
थोड़ा आगे कर ठीक है
And yeah. So Jayata, in the spider's web, we don't know what it had caught. It had basically wrapped it in its silk, so we could not see what it was. It had caught something for sure and was wrapping it in silk, so some insect or the other that it had wrapped up in that silk. It had been quite a while since that spider might have caught something, so we were not sure what it was, but possibly some insect. Right now, of course, we are looking at this barking deer female, also known as the Indian moonjack. And like I told you, they're very interesting animals to observe as well. The males, in fact, have short tusks as well, or short incisors, which they sometimes have been known to use for territorial fights. So you can see they look like vampire deer. This you only see in certain individuals. Otherwise, these are largely solitary or in pairs, like I told you, and they tend to be quite shy and skittish because of their solitary nature. They don't have the protection of a herd, so they are quite shy. You have to be very, very careful to not make a lot of noise because they might then just run away. So good to see this beautiful animal. You can see that rusty red coat, orangish with an orangish shade. Really nice to see you today morning. This barking deer on the Indian moonjack. Thank you so much, Yash. It was a challenging one to show. Beautiful forest that we're passing through. Sunlight, golden dappled light coming through the canopy. We get to see some more wildlife as well in this beautiful setting. सांभर खड़ा है यहाँ पे
है ना सबके नेटवर्क
थोड़ा है ज़्यादा नहीं है थोड़ा है ज़्यादा नहीं
चल ठीक
देखना है आपको एक बार कर लो देख हल्का चले जाते हैं फिर लौट जाएंगे
पूरे में मिल जाता है
थोड़ा अपन देख पाएंगे लौटना पड़ता है डेटा पे दुकान पे
आगे तक के फॉरेस्ट के बाद तो डाउन में जाओ तो खत्म हो जाता है
Sorry. Okay.
आराम से कहाँ से है?
Just pick it up, please. Sorry, could you repeat the question? This flight, you said, right? Abhishek? Okay. So, Jagga, yes, it's a good question. Is flight the only form of defense that the barking deer have against predators? Yes, pretty much so. And the reason they are solitary, Jagga, is because, like I told you, they belong to an older family of deer, to moonjacks. You can check this up online as well. There was a primitive form of deer that was actually there, from which the modern day deer have evolved. Now the modern day deer have those big antlers and they stay in herds, but this only happened that we see after the melting of the last ice age, when you had these huge grasslands that came about, open areas. That is when deer seem to have evolved to live in large herds. However, before that, they did seem to be solitary creatures, or they would stay in pairs. So the moonjacks come from that line. And the habitat of moonjacks is such that it is dense forest, versus deer tend to be seen, the other modern day deer seem to be in more open areas. They have evolved to stay in herds. The moonjacks stay in dense forests. Their primarily lifestyle is solitary, or in pairs. So it's a combination of the evolution and the habitat, which is why that they are solitary and or they are staying in pairs. Yes, better up this. Huh?
और ना राजा नहीं जाते क्योंकि है ही नहीं जाते मतलब हो जाए
डाउन में जाएगा तो मिल जाता है
चलो
टर्न अराउंड फ्रॉम हियर क्या अभी पीछे ही चलना है सेम वे हाँ नहीं उसके आगे अगर जाना है क्या वो गांव की तरफ नहीं जाएगा Vishal, good question. You're asking if there are differences in tiger coats compared to the tiger forest, whether it's different in a sal jungle or whether it's different in a teakwood forest. So my observation, Vishal, is that I don't think there's a difference between these two sort of habitats that we talk about, teakwood and sal jungle. Tiger coats vary largely, I think, based on genetics. It's said sometimes that some of the Terai tigers, for example, have brighter orange coats as compared to their Central Indian counterparts, and you might see short trimmed fur on some of the southern tigers that you see in India. The tigers that you see in southern India. These are just general anecdotal observations that honestly I don't think there's been an actual study. What I think, of course, that may make sense, the logical rationale that might be there, the natural history reason that you might see the differences in the coats is because of the climate and the region. So for example, up north when you go in Corbett, etc., you might see that the tigers have thicker winter coats. So tigers have winter coats and summer coats, depending on how thick the fur gets. So the winter coats of those tigers found in the Corbett National Park might be thicker to protect them from the cold, while it may not be as long and thick in, say, some of the tigers found in southern India. The coloration of the fur also, I've noticed, seems to vary among individuals in the same landscape as well. I've seen differences in the coat color of tigers here in Kanha as well. One of the factors is, like I told you, genetics. Some simply have a lighter coat, some simply have a darker coat. It is also a function of age, how old the tiger is, how young the tiger is, also matters. And of course then whether the tiger has been lying around, etc. That also impacts the brightness of the coat. So a lot of factors go into determining the brightness and the color of the coat. So it's going to be very difficult to pinpoint whether a specific type of area or a specific type of habitat is the only factor influencing the color of the coat, because of the multiple other factors that are involved. And I'm not sure a study has been done to actually indicate that, whether there are brighter orange coats in tigers of some regions, whereas they are lighter in other regions. So I hope that answers your question, Vishal. Anything else, Abhishek? Abhishek? Hello? Hello? Yeah, anything else? Another question? So what we're just trying to do is cover maximum ground ice. Again, just a little bit of a patch left where we turn around from. So just going to go a little ahead and try and see if there's any bug marks or fresh signs there. If not, we'll turn back. Perhaps take our chances with the bug marks that we saw in the morning. And stick around that area for some time and get a sense if the tiger might still be around there. Yes, Abhi, any questions, comments? Just sharing the comments on the screen there. Good morning, Rakesh. Good to see you today morning. Welcome to our 4th live safari here in the Khatia buffer zone of the Kanha tiger. Very good morning to you. Okay. So Rakesh, you're asking why tigers of Kanha tend to be bigger than tigers of Tadoba. Rakesh, I'm not 100% sure if that's the case. There are some very large tigers in Tadoba as well. one of the largest male tigers that I'm aware of is certainly Wagdo, who's currently in the buffer zone of the Tadopandari Tiger Reserve. He's still around. He's now quite old. I think he would be nearly 16 or 17 years of age. So he's certainly one of the largest tigers found in the central Indian landscape. Kanha tigers, of course, are very healthy, well built. But I don't think it's a case of the landscape again. Possibly some of the influencing factors for the size of the tiger again would be genetics, and of course the prey availability, that they're well fed, that they stay healthy, they have water. All of those factors would again influence the size of the tiger. Genetics would possibly make one of the greater factors. It's also been, however, there has been an interesting observation, and there is some anecdotal evidence to suggest that there may be some factors there. But the Terai tigers, the tigers from the Terai, which is Uttarakhand, etc., their sizes do tend to be a little larger than the average male tiger.
स्पाइडर के बारे में बताएंगे?
कौन सा स्पाइडर है?
टेंट स्पाइडर।
हाँ, कहाँ है? दिखाओ। दिखेगा लेकिन कैमरा में छोटा रहेगा। छोटा रहेगा ना?
लाइट में है। गन पीछे गन।
थोड़ा मुश्किल रहेगा मेरे साथ। कहाँ है?
और स्पाइडर दिखेगा नहीं।
मेरे को मुश्किल है।
टेंट स्पाइडर।
नहीं,
जो उजाला बना है
सुखी मेरे साथ ही दिखेगा नहीं।
ना
चलो थोड़ा बड़ा होना पड़ेगा उसको, काफ़ी बड़ा होना पड़ता है। तो बड़ा रहेगा और आपको उसके अगेंस्ट कुछ कॉन्ट्रास्ट चाहिए, तो वो देखें। So Suki actually spotted a tent spider, guys. I would have loved to show it to you, but it's very unlikely it would come in the camera because of its smaller size. Also, it was out in the open against the light a little bit, so it would not have been very clear to show on camera. But yes, to come back to the question, yes, there is some evidence to show that Terai tigers might be a little bigger. Now, the reason I believe that is because, again, of the thicker coat. They may have a little more fat to protect them against the cold. That's possibly one factor, and the other factor could be genetics. Simply that the tigers there carry some genes that make them a little larger than the average male tiger that you get, the average Royal Bengal tiger. And again, it's just the reason I can't be absolutely sure of this is because it is just based on observations. It's not been actually studied, so we don't know what could be the factors that Terai tigers seem to be a little larger than the average male Bengal tiger. It's still the same species, we know that it is a Royal Bengal tiger, but so guys, we've come across a few birds. आगे? It's only open. Yes, ऊपर देखो. Lots of plum-headed parakeets and a spotted dove as well. Yeah. So some beautiful birds here in good morning light as well. And I'll have the opportunity to show you both the males and the females this time of the plum-headed parakeet. So yes, yes. Could you show those three parakeets together? Huh? Got them all three? Okay. So yes, I'm gonna ask you. You ready?
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, now you can see there are three parakeets there. The parakeet in the front with the pink head. Can you zoom in on that, Yash? Hmm? Yes.
Done.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So the one in the front, which you can see is the pink head, is the male. That's the one I told you. It's identified by its plum pink head. And now, if you could just stand to the left and go to the parakeet at the back, Yash. Got it? Right. Now that is the female. Can you see the female has a grey head. So this is what I was telling you about, that some birds show sexual dimorphism. That means there's a difference between the male and the female, a very obvious difference. But in some birds the differences are very, very subtle and you can't tell them from a distance. In this case though, among the plum-headed parakeets, it can be quite easy to kind of differentiate between the male and the female, as long as you're looking to them through binoculars. And we have a rufous tree pie as well. Yes, can you zoom out? Rufous tree pie has also just landed on that branch, and I think we will see this bird for the first time. You've got the rufous tree pie? Okay, so meet the rufous tree pie as well, guys, a member of the crow family and also sometimes known as the tiger bird. Now, it's known as the tiger bird for a couple of reasons. One is of course the colors. It's got that black and orange of a tiger as well. And there is an interesting story that I've heard from some guides. Okay, the tree pie is just thrown off. But the story goes that apparently tree pies have been known to pick the teeth of a tiger clean, so they can take out the scraps and remains from the tiger's teeth. However, this has not really been observed that well. So I can't say this is something which is absolutely sure. It seems a little unlikely that a rufous tree pie will be allowed into a tiger's mouth so that it can pick out, but I've never observed this. But it's certainly an interesting story, so I thought I'd share that. And the other bird that you can see, the third species of bird that you can see on this tree is a spotted dove. Now the spotted dove is one of the most common birds that we hear in the jungle. I don't know if you can get its call. If you just see. So the spotted dove, again, member of the dove family, and it's quite widespread. You can see it in the jungles, in the fields, not really so much in the cities though. I'm going to try and show you a pen spider. This one might be a little better visible, but might still be a little challenging. I'm looking through the binoculars myself. It's partially outside, yes. It's a little smaller than the giant wood spider. Abhishek, any comments, questions? Abhishek? Okay. Yeah. So we're trying to show you a tent spider as well. This is another species of spider that you can see. It's a large species of spider here. It's a little smaller perhaps than the giant wood. And Yash, when you're ready, just tell me.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Rakesh, you're asking if Kanha can become a good habitat for wild elephants. Perhaps, Rakesh, but elephants have not been in this landscape for a very long time, except a couple of years back when 2 elephants came into Kanha. They came possibly from Chhattisgarh or Orissa, and then they moved off from the landscape. So that was just a stray incident of elephants wandering into Kanha. But other than that, I think in the last 100 years or so, there have not been elephants in this landscape. It's difficult to say if they will establish a base, because the habitat which is quite similar to Kanha, the Bandhavgarh, there was a wild herd of elephants that have come there, and now there is an established population there of these wild elephants. So maybe Kanha might be suitable, but it would be difficult to say if it will turn to be a suitable habitat for wild elephants. Right, so we are looking at the tent spider. Yes, yes. So I'm going to allow Suki, in fact, to talk a little bit about this tent spider. So Suki, आप थोड़ा ये tent spider के बारे में बता दीजिए. Okay. All right. So the tent spider, guys, you can see that structure it has made. What it does is, it basically makes like the tent spider gets its name from that structure that it actually makes. So it becomes like a tented structure. You can see the shape of the web as well. So because of that, it is known as a tented spider. This again is a female that you can see. As I told you, female spiders are larger than the males, and this particular female is now pretty relaxed. So lots of different species of spiders that you can also find in the jungle.
बहुत बड़ा होता है ये जो गुनगुन पक्षी होता है ना छोटा वाला उससे भी मार सकता है ये।
Right. So Om Prakash sharing his observations on the tented spider as well. Om Prakash is saying that the tented web spider, the webs see so strong. I hope you guys can see the general shape of the web in the form of a tent. This web is quite strong. Now because it is so strong, even Okay, this is Vikash, right? Vishal, okay. So yeah, Vishal, I'll just answer your question. I'll just complete about the tent spider. So yes, Om Prakash was just sharing that there are small birds that can also get trapped into this particular web as well. So it's a fairly strong web. And the question by Vishal, I'll answer right now. Vishal, you're asking if hard ground Barasinga are found in the buffer zones of Kanha Tiger Reserve and not only in the core zones. Vishal, you'll see that hard ground Barasinga are largely in the core zones of the Kanha Tiger Reserve. They sometimes are seen in the buffer zones as well, but keep largely to the core, and there is a reason for that. The reason for that not is that the Barasinga knows that it's a core zone and it's a buffer zone. It's because of the habitat. The sort of habitat and the type of forest you see in the buffer zone is a little different than the core zone. And principally, very, very important for the Barasinga needs a specific type of habitat, which I had shared during the earlier live safaris. They need open grasslands along with shallow pools. That's the sort of habitat that they prefer, and they feed on aquatic vegetation in those shallow pools. That sort of habitat is not there in the buffer zones. What you see is this mixed deciduous forest basically, and a lot of bamboo as well. So the habitat is really not there for the Barasinga here just yet. However, Barasinga have been seen in the buffer zone as well. Sometimes there might be a few individuals that come into the buffer zone. There is food for them here, but the thing is the habitat is not that suitable for them. So because of that, you don't end up seeing a lot of Barasinga in the buffer zones here. So yeah, that's just to answer your question, whether Barasinga are seen in the buffer zones of Kanha or not. Some of my friends have seen Barasinga here in the buffer zones. I personally have not. यहाँ से घूम रहे हैं? Can you get the hook? Good light.
Yes, but glimpse
Okay, so you guys might have caught a glimpse of the kupu. It was actually very close to the track. यहाँ से घुमा लेते हैं. So we are just going to turn around here, guys. The village, there's a village close by as well, and I can see the cattle have come out to graze. So we'll head back. And like I told you, this is very much allowed. Cattle are allowed to graze here in the buffer zone. It's a multi-purpose area. This is designed to help the locals collect forest produce to help graze their cattle as well. So it's basically like a shock absorber for the core zone. Limited amount of human activities that are allowed here in the buffer zone. Another villager is also. Okay, what exactly? Okay. How's the audio? Okay. Alright. Wait. I know why that might be happening. So yes, now we'll just head back the way we came. and try and see as the sun has come out whether the tigers would like to go on a nice stroll, or any other animal for that matter would like to take a nice morning stroll and enjoy this warm winter sun on this cold winter morning. So I have noticed that a lot of these predators. Sorry, you said so yes, as you can see, some of the villagers are now out and about. It's almost at 15. So they will become. Now they will start moving on this track more. This track is used by villagers to commute between Khatia and Mocha. Mocha is the town which is located close to Khatia. अच्छा हाँ वो देख लीजिए. Another Chrematogaster ant nest that we had seen yesterday. I forgot to explain to you that the nest, the leaf nest that we saw yesterday, Chrematogaster, comes from heart-shaped. Chrematogaster. Cremato is heart-shaped, or heart. Gaster is the abdomen. So heart-shaped abdomen. Spotted deer are also here, guys. Yes, just check the angle. Okay. So we've come across some spotted deer as well. We just going to quickly show them to you. Yes, tell me when you have them. Okay, so we found some more spotted deer and they are grazing, and you can see we are actually very close to the vicinity of the village as well. The deer are though quite calm, they are just generally feeding, not very worried. They know that the village is close by, but as of now there are no threats, so they are going about their usual morning feeding routine. We have a few males and a few females that I can see. Let's look at that lovely coats that they have, rusty red with those white spots. Beautiful species of deer. It's always special to see them. Quite a few of them. Some on the grassland, some in the forest beyond. Really nice to see that. Okay, Yash. I'm going to ask you to look at that web that is there between the trees. ये भी टेंटेड ही होगा मेरे स्पाइडर, टेंट स्पाइडर का ही रहेगा. Yes, when you're ready, tell me. I'm going to show you something, a rather interesting structure. So yes, just show it थोड़ा दूर से so they can appreciate the size of this. And you can see it, and when it's shown, just let me know. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what Om Prakash was talking about, guys. Can you see the size of that web? This is also a tent spider. Could be several webs together as well, but look at the size of that web. Now it's very easy to imagine that even smaller birds will get entangled in this. Now personally, I do not recall whether the spider then may try and feed on that bird or try and get that bird, because the bird is likely to be too large. But yes, the birds do get stuck in these webs, because you can see this one is a fairly large web. Possibly may even include multiple webs made by different spiders, but look at the size of that web, huge. So really nice to see these structures. There are lots of these little wonders that are there when you explore the jungles, and like I told you, all of these wonders can be experienced in the buffer zone as well of Kanha, and it's really nice to see this in the Khatia buffer here in Kanha as well. Beautiful structure and lovely sunlight falling onto that web as well, and so important to the ecosystem. Spiders too play a very important role in bringing down insect numbers in the habitat. They are the primary predators there, catch lots of insects in their web and then feed on them, so they are a vital part of the food chain. And of course there are a lot of animals and birds that feed on spiders as well. So it's all connected, great web of life. You did see a web, and that is the great web of life that we are talking about. Yeah, Abhishek, what's on the comments and questions? Abhishek? Hello? Yeah. Questions, comments, observations? Sir, what are the comments like? What are the comments like? सुखी ओम प्रकाश थोड़ा खबर लेनी ले लो एक बार Got it? Huh? दिख रहा? So I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that, and this is the jungle. It's a jack in the box moment. You never know what you might see. So viewers, I want you all to let me know in case you all saw that something just ran across the safari track. firstly tell me what if you all saw it, and by any chance if you all were able to see what it was. Let me know, guys. This is the true thrill of a live safari, and why you always have to be prepared, because this is exactly the type of moment we talk about on a live safari. It could be a second or two and you might miss something. So I don't know how many of you all caught a glimpse of it. The camera was pointed towards the track, so you might have just got a glimpse of it. Just let me know if you have. Abhishek? Any observations? I just asked. Okay. चलो मैं बताता हूँ क्या था. और okay. Okay. So Rakesh, you seem to have identified the animal as well, because you've asked a question about the animal we just saw. Yes, that was a nilgai, and it was a young nilgai. And yes, you're right, nilgai are not seen very commonly in Kanha. In fact, you only really get to see nilgai in the buffer zones. This is again one of the animals which I told you will not see in the core zones, but you might see in the buffer zones. So the nilgai is a type of antelope for all the viewers, and that's what just ran. Okay, we've come across some more nilgai. Just one moment. Oh yeah, cheetah है. एक मिनट रुको, मैं देख रहा हूँ बाइनोकुलर. चीता. हाँ, पीछे लो.
वहाँ दिख रहा होगा ना.
थोड़ा पीछे लो, मेरे को हल्का. हाँ, नीलगाय है शायद से. एक मिनट पीछे लेना, थोड़ा क्लियर नहीं दिख रहा है. बस. Okay, we are all taking guesses as to what it was. Now it's hidden, I can't see it. देख नहीं रहा है कोई ऐसा भी.
नहीं दिख रहा था. अभी आगे से दिखा सकते हैं.
थोड़ा सा आगे ले लो. और जाने दे. हम लोग को पेड़ के पास.
It's gone.
नहीं है. और आगे जाए तो क्या करें.
वो रहा ना. हाँ, अभी देखो वो रहा. नीचे से हल्का दिख रहा था. वो रहा बीच में. पीछे करो थोड़ा. बस. Okay, yes, you'll have to show it because I can't see it from my angle. दिख रहा है? Gone? So we're trying to show you this nilgai, guys. It's quite inside. I'll get to Rakesh's question in just a bit. I'm just trying to catch a glimpse of it as well. It's very, very in. It's gone very deep inside. I don't think we're going to get a very clear look at this one. This would be a new animal for a live safari. That's why we're trying to show it to you. Oh, हाँ हो रहा. देख लो. कहाँ है वो? I don't think ये दिखता है बहुत अंदर है वो। चलो चलो आगे लगता है। So I can just about see a little bit of movement right at the edge. I don't think it's going to be visible on camera. There's a lot of dense undergrowth here, so it's not really going to be visible. So yes, to come back to Rakesh's question, Nilgai, yes, are found only pretty much in the buffer zones here of Kanha. The sort of habitat they need, again, to come back to the same question, what I was asked earlier about Barasingha need a specific type of habitat. Even Nilgai to an extent need a specific type of habitat. They prefer drier areas, more scrubby. They can be found at the edge of agricultural fields as well. So they require this sort of forest, either a mixed deciduous forest, dry or scrubby forest, and near agricultural fields. That's their habitat. That's why you don't see them in the core zone so much, because that sort of habitat is not seen there. So these animals are also, their visibility and whether you can see them is also determined by the type of habitat that is also there. So we saw a nilgai just running across the track a little earlier. There was one more inside, but it kept going further in, so we could not get a good glimpse of it. I don't know how many of you had caught the glimpse of it when it ran across the safari track, but that is what I was sharing earlier, that guys, always keep your eyes glued to the screen, because we are passing through the road, and what can happen is that as we are driving, something may just run across the safari track. So it could be just a second or two that you might just see it. We from our naked eyes will be just be able to make out what it was if it does not move extremely fast. But for y'all will have to keep your eyes glued to the screen and just see if there's anything that we can basically that may run across on the screen as well. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. It's a live safari. Anything can happen at any moment. Yeah, Abhishek. Sorry, Abhishek? Yeah, all fine. Questions? Okay. Yes, where have you put the focus pen, on the track or on me? On the track. On me. Okay. So we've seen quite a few species on this live safari which we had earlier as well. So you can see the same zone we are visiting, we are seeing different species. So it's a real pleasure to actually do that. So we've already seen quite a few species which we haven't seen, I think, on the live safari before. The nilgai, we saw rufous tree pies. Let's see what else. Wild boar, I think you got a good look this time. The earlier look was not as clear because I just ran at the back of the forest. So quite a few animals that we've seen here on this live safari which we hadn't earlier, and of course we've seen some of the animals that we have, such as the spotted deer, the barking deer, giant wood spider, and the plump-headed parakeet, as well. So quite a few species that we've seen on this live safari so far. There was a scratch mark that we found of a tiger, so it just paused the ground. It's a little old, so it might not be very clear. If we find a fresh one, I'll show it to you. It will seem more obvious. This one, there was some dust and leaves that have accumulated. Right, so viewers, another question for you guys now. Which is the spider that makes a web large enough that it may trap birds? I was talking about this web. Now you all can tell me which spider it was because I was explaining about it. Let's see how many of you all get it. The web we saw this morning, some smaller webs, some larger webs. Which is the spider that makes that web that even birds can get caught in? Abhishek? Abhishek? Just see if there's any comments about the question. Vishal, you're asking if Naina's cubs from Kanha zone have separated from the mother. They're still in and around. What fell? क्या गिरा? कुछ गिरा? Yes, so the cubs are moving around on their own also right now. They are nearly fully grown now. So they are sometimes with the mother and sometimes by themselves. They're starting to move and explore on their own now. They might still stick around the mother, maybe for a couple of months more, and I think that's when they'll start separating and start moving on their own. So you might see them in December still together, maybe. It will depend on the sort of behavior that is there between the cubs and the mother. But as of now, they can be seen in and around the mother as well. But yes, they are moving on their own also. बाकी दे रहे बस बीच में देखेंगे. Look between the two patches of bamboo. Between the two bamboo के बीच में. नीचे बैठो नीचे से
थोड़ा सा आगे बस
ये दोनों बैम्बू के these big two बैम्बू के पैचेस के बीच में जहाँ लाइट गिर रही है, दोनों बड़े बैम्बू पैचेस दिख रहे हैं, उसके बीच में देखो
दिख रहा है थोड़ा सा दूर तक बस ये दोनों ट्री के बीच से करो. हाँ
हाँ अभिषेक, we are just showing a barking there. Right, this is Rakesh. So Rakesh, you're asking if the tigers visit the nearby Ghuramdeo and Achanakuma tiger reserves in Chhattisgarh. Possibly they do. I don't know if the movements, there is certainly a connected patch of forest connecting these two forests. So it's certainly possible that the Kanha tigers are going there. But it's not been well documented, so I can't be very sure. There might have been some study done as well whether they are dispersing to Achanakuma. What I know for sure is that there is a corridor that connects these forests, so the tigers can move there. and I think there have been some movements detected between these reserves. So I think very likely yes is the answer to your question, Rakesh. Mm-hmm. This is Vishal, is it? Okay, right. So Vishal, you're asking the difference between a male and a female pug mark. I'll the way I am differentiating tiger pug marks between male and female. Two things that I largely rely on. One is the size, the relative size between the male and the female pug mark, because the adult male usually is a little larger, the female is a little smaller, and you get that idea. You get that idea when you keep seeing pug marks over time. और आगे रहो, और अंदर जा रही है. So that was a barking deer female that guys that you were seeing, that Yash was showing me. वो आगे जा रही है. So yeah, to come back to Vishal's question, that's one thing, the size, and the second is the toe shape, basically, of the pug mark. The toes are pointed in the female, they're a little more rounded in the male. Those are largely the two ways that I'm able to judge the difference between a male and a female. Of course, there is a square rectangle thing also that you can draw around the pug marks that tells you the shape of the pug mark, but we don't go down and trace it. So that's usually how I tell from the safari jeep, because you can't really get down. But size and the shape of the toes, that's how I'm able to tell the difference between a male and a female pug mark. The cubs can be a little harder, but again, it's largely reliance on size that you can tell if it's a male, a female, or a sub-adult. Or a cub. Yes, Abhishek. rocky terrain of Khatia. बोलते हैं लोग कि बफर जोन इतना घना नहीं रहता है, गांव के पास रहता है, बट लुक एट दिस फॉरेस्ट, इट्स सो डेंस एंड सो मच बैम्बू. So let nobody ever tell you that the forests of buffers are open or they are near villages and they are only fields. Nothing like that. It's proper jungle, dense jungle. And you have every chance of sighting wildlife as we have so far when you actually visit this zone on safari.
पचास उठा दे।
Now heading to Mocha town.
मेन रोड में। हेलो नहीं नहीं कोई आवाज 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 आवाज
कहाँ पे? कौन सी कदम? अच्छा, वो आगे वाला दूसरी की तरफ पड़ रहा है। वो गांव वाला तालाब तो नहीं ना? Have reports of pugmarks from another area, guys, but not very clear. So, as of now, the other vehicles that have also come here, I don't think there's been any sighting of any predator, a large predator, big cat. Yeah, Abhishek, comments, questions? Rakesh, how am I getting network in forest areas? That is what we have been working on since the last 2 to 3 years now. It took a lot of effort for us to kind of figure this out. There are some solutions available where we can Rakesh, to answer your question, yes, it took us a lot of time, but we have now worked out a system that we can try and get network here even in these low coverage areas. It took us a lot of time. This is a custom built system that we have taken, aggregating a lot of equipment. So yes, that helps us to kind of do this live safari, and I hope you're enjoying it. I hope that we can continue to bring such amazing experiences of being in the jungle while from the comfort of your home. That's something that we've always endeavored to do. It's been a dream since the last 4 to 5 years now that we wanted to bring India's first live safari. We have been inspired by channels such as Wild Earth, Safari Live. lot of other live safaris that have been going on in Africa. We really wanted to start one in India, and we are so happy to be bringing you India's first ever live safari experience, Tiger Country Live. And I hope Tiger Country Live will also be able to show you other diverse landscapes and diversity of wildlife as well. But for the moment, for this particular season, we are going to be covering the Khatia buffer zone of the Kanha Tiger Reserve. And as you can see, every time we go on safari, even in the same zone, the wildlife changes. We get to see different species. So it's all see what Abhishek. Abhishek, rare sighting, wild dogs. Guys, this is incredible. Wild dogs. Wild dogs are full. I'm being very quiet because they are running to run away. Abhishek, how is the feed? Is it clear? Abhishek, is the feed clear? Can you see the dogs? incredibly special holes. These are incredible to see, and their coat, and they're walking ahead of this is incredible. Today morning, these are threats. Also, beautiful red wild, and I would say possibly sometimes it's like have a look. We are so psyched. Beautiful red, amazing, and as I things, they stay in groups. There's more of it. It's quite. There's some who are left. I can't see the. Watch out, 1, 2. Yeah, they're also left. Okay, there's a few of them sitting to my. I just want to show them to you. Got them? Look at that, guys. Wild dogs on holes. This is an amazing live safari sighting. This would possibly be the first wild dogs being streamed live in India, and I am incredibly excited to be showing you these wild dogs streaming live to you from the comfort of your home. And this is incredibly special, guys.
आगे चलते हैं ना,
नहीं ये सब जा रहे हैं ना, इकट्ठे होंगे तो और अच्छा मजा आएगा।
बैठे हैं ना रोड के सामने ही है।
मेरे को दिख रहे हैं आगे वाले?
ये भी जा रहे हैं,
ये भी जा रहे हैं।
जाने देते हैं, एक साथ दिखेंगे तो और अच्छा रहेगा।
So we try and wait for them to see if they can all come together.
अंदर पूरे बैठे हैं।
हाँ अंदर है ना, और
And there are more of them inside. So there might be quite a few of them, maybe almost. So he's telling me there is a clan of 11 to 12 members that are here.
गाड़ी के पास रोड पे।
Yeah, Abhishek, can you see? ये सामने रोड look at the road. ठीक है Abhishek, how's the feed? Is it clear?
थोड़ा सा आगे लेके छाँव में ले लेके जाना इसको.
ज़्यादा हिलते नहीं है. Yes, you can. I'll try and respond in very low voices, but yes, I can respond to the questions.
Go ahead.
Rakesh Nayak, sir, is this the mating session for tiger?
Tigers mate throughout the year, Rakesh. Yes, you can get the ones on the left
थोड़ा
also.
आगे लेना. आगे लेना.
Diख रहा है यश? Can you see them? Left. Can you see them? Straight here. And we are going to show you. We are going to show you these guys interacting as well. They are playing here inside. There are a few individuals on my left, and the two sitting on the road in front of me. The ones inside were playing. And now they've just gone ahead and gone further inside. So Yash, maybe you can show the ones on the road again. Yash? Yeah. This is incredibly special. Wild dogs or dholes, and such rare animals to see on safari, and we are seeing them in the buffer zone of the Kanha Tiger Reserve. Abhishek, they're clear? Get the one walking. Oh, it's got a white... No. This one. Got the one walking? You can see one of the dholes had a white tip to its tail. ये मेरे को राम कुमार भी बता रहा था ना, वाइट टिप था टेल का. यूजुअली ब्लैक रहते हैं ना. हाँ, इसका एक का भी जो चला इसका वाइट टिप था. Look at that. That dhole is sitting like a tiger in the middle of the road, and why not? He's a major predator in his own right, and even tigers give these guys a wide berth. They hunt in clans, so there are records of fights between wild dogs and tigers as well, and it has happened that the tiger may have killed one or two dholes, but the dholes may have, they're old records of course, but the dholes have overcome the tiger as well. So it's an even match. Oh, there's a bike that comes in and off he goes inside. It's okay. Chalega. No worries. So, what an amazing sighting, guys. I am so happy. Let me just see if we can still see them. Okay. So these whistle, guys, these dogs whistle, they don't bark. And I think they have gone further inside now. Okay. Wonderful. I am so happy, guys. That was absolutely spectacular, because this is a sighting that even those photographers that go into core zones crave for. Amazing moment, and they were so calm. We just gave them space. They were so relaxed. You could see them sitting in the middle of the road, and I'm so happy that you all guys saw them. This is truly special, and one of our most amazing sightings that we've had so far on the live safari. And I am absolutely, really excited, because guys, wild dogs or dholes, even in the core zone safaris, They are difficult to see, but here we are. We have seen them in the buffer zone. These amazing animals, and wow, absolutely amazing. One of the major canids of the park. Hunters, they take down sambar deer, spotted deer, and they've been even known to harry gore, though I'm not sure if they've killed gore ever. But wow, that is absolutely amazing to see wild dogs live on safari. Our team is really excited, guys, because this is the first time possibly that we would have live streamed wild dogs while on safari. So really special to see these dholes. That's the Indian name, or they are sometimes also known in English as dholes, DHOLES, or wild dogs, Indian wild dog or Asiatic wild dog. Yes, they are one of the main landscape. They are a threatened species. They require well-protected forest to survive. They cannot stay outside. Coat, black tail, and yes, we've noticed one of the individuals has a white tip on its tail as well. So really nice. Amazing to see these wild dogs early in the morning. I hope you guys are as excited as I am of seeing these major predators on safari here with us as we stream live in the Khatia buffer zone of the Kanha Tiger Reserve. Abhishek, comments? Any observations on the wild dogs? Any observations on the wild dogs by people? No, what did they say? What are people saying? Right, yes, correct. Anything more? Okay, cool. Anything else? Okay. And Rakesh's comment had come earlier or later, after these? Yeah, so Abhishek, I'll need real-time comments, thoda se, please. Because I wanted the later comments, I need those, not the older comments. So just keep letting me know as and when people are commenting and observing, so I'll interact with them as well. Yeah, so this is by Neha. Wild dogs are really rare to see on safari. They are quite difficult to see on safari. By some, just to give you an idea of how rare they are, I have seen more tigers in Kanha than I have seen wild dogs. That's how rare they are. So seeing a tiger is incredibly hard. Seeing a wild dog is even harder and usually much rarer. So we have been witness to a very privileged sight, a very rare sight on this live safari. So yes, Neha, a really rare sight, the wild dogs. Yes, wild. Got it? Oh, of it going inside. Yeah, she'll have to be first. फिर उड़ जाएगी Once you have it, let me know. Abhishek.
Question by Jayita Poraj.
Why are they threatened? Jayita, wild dogs are threatened because there are principally two reasons. The newer reason. The older reason is that during the British times, wild dogs were classified as vermin, and there was a reason to predate a lot on the deer. To predate a lot on the deer and other herbivores which the Britishers wanted to hunt. So they said that, you know what, kill all the wild dogs because they're killing all the herbivores, which was not the case at all. It's not. The wild dogs are very much part of the ecosystem. They don't hunt more than they need, just like a tiger. So that was not a case. That was a mistaken cause for which wild dogs were hunted and they were exterminated on huge scales by hunters. Hundreds and hundreds and thousands of animals were killed by those hunts that were organized. So that was the older reason that led to a huge population decline in wild dogs, that vast hunting that was done earlier. And then the second reason that wild dogs have become threatened is because they need forests like these. They cannot survive outside well-protected forests like these. They need this habitat, they need the prey availability, they need the water, and that is why it's important to conserve these habitats, not just for the tiger, because when you afford protection to the tiger, you protect species as well. Wild dogs are very much sympatric with tigers in many of the reserves in India. So in reserves where you find tigers, you will often find wild dogs as well. So they both live together in the same ecosystem, and that is why wild dogs are threatened. Firstly, because of habitat loss. So we have some more friends we've encountered this morning as well. Langur monkeys. So yes, Jaita, that's to answer your question as to why the wild dogs are threatened. I had some concerns whether you guys would be able to see the wild dogs. Luckily, the network held and you all were able to see them, so I'm very, very happy. Like I said, I'm still in a bit of a rush about that wild dog sighting because that is rare, guys, really rare. And these langur monkeys are giving them, this monkey is giving himself a good scratch. And further in, Suki has spotted a few spotted deer also. Okay, okay, cool.
हर चीज़ दिखेगी अपने को.
Fingers crossed. On ना, मतलब the video is on, right? नहीं मेरा मतलब put the RTMP on. Switch off the video and put the RTMP on. The langur monkey is eating as well, you can see. And they resemble humans so much when they do this. Because we eat just like that. In case we had a fruit in our hand, a banana or something like that, we'd be eating just like that. It's always very interesting to observe langur monkeys. So very similar to our behavior many times. Long the first apes evolved from monkeys. And you can always see traces of that in their behavior. Okay, alright guys, let's move. Oh, okay. So, I believe Suki is pointing that one of them might be mating. Yash, can you get that?
Sorry.
Fantastic, this is brilliant. We are seeing mating behavior as well. Wow, all sorts of rare moments that we are seeing. Oh, look at that. Mating behavior as well.
wild dogs is definitely
It's absolutely amazing to see. Look at this behavior. This is all something that you can see even in the common species. We come to know what their behavior is like even when they are mating. So one of the males was mating with the females just now. And okay, so they will copulate a couple of times. This is absolutely lovely natural history behavior. And you can see they're just you're not disturbing them. Wonderful. Okay, guys, can be leave them. Amazing natural history behavior as well that we got to see. So we'll leave these troop of monkeys to themselves. So all sorts of rare moments that you're seeing on this live safari today morning, and this is why I told you it's a live safari. You in the wildlife of action. Firstly, that amazing sighting of the wild dogs and holes. I'm so happy that we have streamed them live on safari. That was incredibly special. And of course, then we saw some interesting behavior by monkeys as well, feeding, mating. So a flurry of activity in this late morning around 9 or so. And I'm so happy. This live safari has also just gone through an adrenaline rush right now. Of course, we still have an hour to go, and we'll try and see on what else we can spot on the remainder of our safari time for this morning live safari. वो हल्का फुल्का बीच बीच में चल जाएगा बट थोड़ा खींच लेगा. Abhishek, you back in the car? Yeah. It's on now. The light safari is on. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. So, yes, I'm sure you enjoyed that wild dog sighting. It was incredibly rare and really, really special to see it on this live safari. So I'm really, really happy that you guys saw it. Also, to come to your question about Barasingha, Barasingha are actually not just found in Kanha or in Madhya Pradesh. Barasingha are found in the north as well. However, there is a subspecies, the hard ground Barasingha, universally branded, that is found only here in Kanha initially, and now there's a small population that has been translocated to the Satpura National Park. So Barasingha are found here, and then in the north and northeast, that is Dudhwa and Kaziranga. Those are some of the parks that you also find Barasingha, but that is a different subspecies, not the one you find here. This one is known as the hard ground Barasingha, that is known as the soft ground Barasingha. So the hard ground Barasingha, up until a long time, were found only in Kanha. By the late 1960s, early 1970s, there were only 60 individuals left, and then the Kanha Forest Department, along with a variety of organizations, partnered together to create the habitat needed for the protection of this amazing animal. And they were able to raise the population to what it is today, approximately over 850 individuals. And now, because they have done so well, they have also translocated a small population to the Satpura National Park, where I believe they are doing quite decently as well. Jungle babbler is what you can hear. Yes. Neha, a black panther is what I mentioned is a leopard. It's the same animal as a leopard, and leopards also have yellow eyes. You will see that. So they have the same eyes as that. Cheetah's eyes are different. So it is the black panther is a leopard, not a cheetah. There are no cheetahs in India. Cheetahs were there in India till the 1950s, and then they got extinct. So now there is a plan to reintroduce cheetahs in India, in Madhya Pradesh. So maybe if you'd like to see a cheetah in India, maybe it might come about soon, perhaps in a few months. But yes, black panther is the same animal. The black panther we find in India is the same animal as a leopard. Cheetahs and leopards, like I had explained the differences between the two and between the two cats. So, generally spots. Cheetahs have spots. Slender, compact, more muscular. the questions coming, guys. Always happy to respond to more questions. Again, Khatia buffer zone proving its worth, and I hope it continues to show us many more of its treasures. Who are just joining in, we had a really nice safari so far, lots of birth and one amazing sighting as well of wild dogs on poles that we just came across early in the morning, and a beautiful sighting, very calm. They were on the road, they were on our left playing around, very nice sighting of these rare animals on safari. And of course then we saw some very interesting behavior by langur monkeys as well, feeding, mating. So lots to see in this safari in the Khatia buffer zone in the Kanha Tiger Reserve that we've seen today morning. Hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. And this is the beauty of an Indian safari. You never know when you're going to get something amazing happening. And I think this is the true thrill of a safari in India, as opposed to say Africa, where of course you are looking at a variety of animals. But here in India, it's about the jack-in-the-box moment, it's about the surprise, it's about never knowing what you're going to come across. Comments? This is by whom? Aditya. Aditya asking if barking deer sound alarm calls. Yes, very much they do, Aditya. The call sounds like a particularly harsh dog's bark. That's where it actually gets its name, the particular species of deer, the barking deer. It's because of its alarm call. It sounds like a dog's bark, very harsh, very loud. So yes, definitely, they also alarm call. That's one of the animals that we also rely on to indicate the presence of a predator. got it. Can you repeat the name, please? Ansh. Okay, Ansh. Ansh, you're asking if on this particular live safari we'll be covering the core zones of Kanha Tiger Reserve for safari, which is Kanha, Kisli, Mukhi and Sarhi. No, Ansh, this one is purely dedicated for the buffer zones of Kanha Tiger Reserve. We wanted to showcase the diversity of wildlife and sightings that you can get even in the buffer zone. So for the duration of this live safari experience, we're going to be covering the buffer zones. And yes, we are going to be covering the Khatia buffer zone, and you can see we've already seen a diversity of wildlife along with an amazing sighting of wild dogs today as well. So we are hoping that yes, we can come across those big cats as well on safari, because we certainly have got alarm calls, we got fresh path marks today morning and even yesterday morning. So tiger movement is certainly there. So let's see, fingers crossed that we can come across those iconic animals as well. Hello Suresh, happy morning to you. Very nice to see you on this live safari, and I hope you're enjoying this experience. I don't know if you were around for some of the sightings that were happening earlier. We've had some amazing sightings. Saw a lot of bird species today morning, spotted deer, barking deer. We saw Hanuman langurs feeding, mating, and that amazing sighting of the wild dogs and wolves. Truly remarkable and truly special. Yes, Abhishek. MS Gaming, Ram Ram. Good morning to you. Comments, questions? So Rohan, I wish you had joined a little earlier. We've had quite a morning. We saw some amazing birds. I'll give a quick recap again. A lot of bird species that we saw this morning. We saw spotted deer, barking deer, Hanuman langurs feeding, mating, and yes, one of the highlights of today morning, an amazing sighting of wild dogs, wolves that were there right in the center of the road, very relaxed, sitting on the road, playing around, urinating, scent marking, playing. Really nice sighting of wild dogs today morning. Hopefully you can just catch the replay. I don't know if you can actually rewind to the part where we saw the wild dogs, but an absolutely amazing sighting of the wild dogs today, and really special. So Arindam, you're asking whether wild dogs have been radio collared in Kanha. Yes, Arindam, they have been, I believe, 2 individuals, 2 हुए थे radio collared wild dogs. So there were 2 wild dogs that were collared in Kanha. I believe they were more towards the southern part of the park, their movement. And that was done to study the dispersal and movement patterns of wild dogs, because such a study had not been done, I think, before on wild dogs, whether they had been radio collared. They might have been among the first wild dogs or dholes that were radio collared for study purposes. So yes, they were radio collared, but not these individuals. These are wild, the ones we saw today morning. There's no radio collar there. The 2 individuals, I believe, are in the southern part of the park, which are radio collared. So yes, to answer your question, Arindam, yes, there are 2 wild dogs that were collared for study purposes in Kanha. Rick, you're asking how the counting of tigers is done in Kanha. Rick, it's a fairly comprehensive process that is done throughout India as part of the census every 4 years. Basically what happens is there's a number of ways that the estimation of tigers is done. There are teams deployed across parks, both of the forest department, volunteers that go out. And then there are different types of methods that are used to assess the presence of tigers. There are line transects done. That means you walk on a straight line and you see how many herbivores there are. That also helps. You set up camera trap images. You figure out. You set up camera traps. In fact, I go by it one by one. Sorry. There are 2 ways basically the population of tigers exists. One is by tiger presence. Now by tiger presence, what do I mean? That means on a line transect, volunteers and forest department personnel will walk. They will find any signs of tigers, pug marks, scratch marks, pug marks, scratch marks, droppings. They will also be assessing the herbivore density. When they walk on a straight line, how many herbivores are there. That is one part of the exercise. The second part of the exercise is they tie camera traps, which are cameras tied to the base of trees, basically. And we have a cow in the middle of the road. This is the buffer zone, so yes, you can see cows here as well. So the second thing is that there is a particular area which is identified as a sample area representative of the habitat, that is then marked into grids. And in each grid then a camera trap or a camera is attached to a base of a tree that is triggered by an infrared sensor whenever any animal walks by it. So when a photo is taken, especially of a tiger, there's a photo taken. Every tiger has a unique stripe pattern, so you're able to identify individual tigers. Using a combination of all of this data, tiger numbers are arrived at as an estimate for the entire reserve. So that's typically how the counting of tigers is done. Before this, there was counting of tigers done by pug marks, basically, but it was found to be a little unreliable because it can vary by the type of soil and the surface. So this is the sort of data that is used today. This is the sort of methodologies that are used today for the counting of tigers. And yes, like I said, it's a fairly comprehensive exercise done throughout India. The exercise will commence here in Kanha in January. Okay, so क्या हुआ? हाँ? अच्छा ठीक है. So Arindam, your question on yes, dominant tigers of the core zones have often come into the buffer zone as well, and one of the famous tigers, the most famous tigers of Kanha, Munna, also spent a fair amount of time in the buffer zones as well. Yes, dominant tigers, when they are displaced by some of the younger tigers, do come into the buffer zone as well. It's a phenomena that has been recorded across reserves. And in the case of Kanha, currently in the Khatia buffer is what I can tell you. There are no dominant male tigers that have been displaced here. There are some core zone tigers that come here. So there is a core zone tiger that moves between the core and the buffer by the name of M1. He does come between these two. And there is another male tiger as well that is seen here, and another female. These are the three tigers that I'm aware of, individual tigers that I'm aware of that can be seen in the buffer zone. Oh, okay.
जो प्लांट्स दिखाई दे रहा है ना लाइक
Oh, हाँ, right, okay. Yash, can you see it? So, Yash is just going to try and show you another bird.
उधर ऊपर जा रहा है
ऊपर जा रहा है, walk कर रहा है, हाँ. The grey wagtail. Try and get it, it's in some light right now. Got it?
No.
So guys, Yash is now showing you a grey wagtail. This is a winter migrant again that comes to Kanha's forest and sticks by these streams, and off he goes. Alright, he or she goes, because I don't know if it was a male or a female. Alright, so yes, Arindam, I hope that answers your question about the tigers that are found in the buffer zone here. There could be 3 to 4 tigers in the tourism area of the buffer zone that we are roaming in. 3, maybe 4. Sure. And these are the tigers we hope to see on our live safaris. Oh, Handel. So just saw an Indian grey Handel fly by. Let's go on further. It's not staying in the place, right? Show that to you. So we'll just check. We have a little more time on our live safari. We'll just check. Oh wow, lovely. Yes. Okay, yes, we'll have to brighten this image up, yeah? Okay, lovely. We have a raptor, a bird of prey. The surprises are not ending on this live safari for today morning. Lots of excitement happening and new species being seen.
वहाँ से अच्छा आएगा
हाँ एक मिनट पहले ये देखें. Guys, we are looking at a crested serpent eagle. I'm going to try and get this eagle in better light, but first have a look how much you all can, because Yash will increase the brightness so you can see some details on the bird. Yash, got it?
I have it.
Have you increased the brightness?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, flew off. Okay. So, what is the brightness increase? Were you able to see anything?
Was, but it's not like a right.
Okay. So guys, I was hoping to get to a better position, but it flew off before then. It was a crested serpent eagle that we were looking at, and it just flew off inside. I was going to try it from here, but now it's already flown further in. I just wanted you guys to get a sight of it, and then I'd show it to you from a better angle. Yash, you ready? Abhishek, can you switch on RTMP? Hello? Hello? Abhishek? Hello? Hello? It's on? Yeah, it's on. Okay. Okay. Oh, Google.
रेड ने का आईडी से
लिखवा देना मुझे।
आगे आगे
Yeah, Abhishek, comments, questions?
कहाँ पे वो ड्राई ट्री पे उधर से देखते हैं
कहाँ पे है? So we are looking at another bird, guys, a red-lipped ibis, also sometimes known as the black ibis, and it is a very distinctive shaped large bird with a very curved bill, with which it probes deep into the soil for any food, insects and vertebrates that it can find. You can sometimes see these birds in the cities as well, especially in the north. Down in the west and south, it's a little more difficult to see them in the cities, but here in Kanha, you can see them in the forest as well. Distinct, the red-naped is, of course, you can see the back of the forehead of the bird is known as the nape. So that nape is red. There is some red orbital skin on it, red skin on it rather. So that gives the bird its name, red-naped ibis. Got it, Yash? Okay. So another bird that we saw today morning. Alright, let's go further ahead. Yeah, Abhishek, comments? Spotted deer. Spotted deer on the road as well. Spotted deer. Hey, wow, look at that side. Sharpening his horns. Sharpening his antlers rather. अटक गया. Well, we have a spotted deer in a bit of a situation. I think he's got some branches and leaves stuck in his antlers. He's just trying to get rid of them. I think he'll inevitably succeed because they're not very tightly bound. We can't unfortunately help him. He'll have to figure this one out by himself. Since this is the wild, we don't interfere. Check. बताना है क्या इसको? इसका क्या वो येलो येलो क्या है?
पेड़ का है ना?
पेड़ का ही है?
पेड़ का.
Yeah, Abhishek. This is Om. Om, the principal objective of doing this live safari experience is that so that we can show you. Oh, he's got free. Thank God. Lovely. All he had to do was turn left. Cool. That's great. So, yes, Om, the principal objective of this live safari series that we are doing is to showcase the diversity of the buffer zones. So that is one of the prime objectives of doing this live safari experience. We are doing this in partnership with the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, the Madhya Pradesh Tiger Foundation Society, because we want to showcase the diversity of wildlife that is there in the buffer zones. And that is why we will be focusing on the buffer zones itself during our live safari experience in Kanha. But like I told you, we've already seen so much wildlife in the buffer zone itself, and even rare wildlife, which you actually don't get to see in the core also, like the nilgai. So we really do believe that the buffer zones are really worth exploring, and we believe that all visitors should also visit buffer zones more often, get a different feel of the jungle, get a different feel of the habitat, see different wildlife as well. So yes, we will be focusing on the buffer zones for the duration of our live safari experience. Road. Chance about if you can spot anything in these last half an hour of our live safari. By 10:30 we will be outside. Fire line. This is the crossing points of animals. So just going to have a look if anything out and about. Really quiet, no noise. So we're hoping for some calls, some late movement. Not really there. Abhishek, comments? So, lorikeets, we talked about this yesterday. Deer have antlers and antelopes have horns. Deer shed antlers every 1.5 years or so. Horns are fixed throughout life. So, deer don't have horns, they have antlers. And I had explained yesterday about the velvet, the formation process of antlers as well. That they start out very velvety, soft. It's basically tissue that hardens and calcifies, and the deer then rubs it against tree bark, stones, etc. Then it starts to get sharper. So typically when the antlers first come out, they are soft, they have a soft velvety structure, texture. So yes, I hope that answers your question as to why some deer's antlers are velvety.
It is loaded.
Hmm?
आवाज है नहीं बताओ
देखना
पाँच लीटर दूध तो फिर एक मिनट बाद 1 लीटर लगेगा तब फिर चाय देगा
So regular call of a red jungle fowl occurring, not an alarm call. Yes, Abhishek. Ahera, always a chance of tiger sightings. So yeah, that's why we are waiting, because we're just waiting on the road. There's a fire line to our left and to our right. So what we are trying to see is if there's any sign or alarm call of movement. If there's a predator or a tiger moving, typically there would be, if there's any herbivores around, they would alarm call, and that's how we would come to know that the deer are, that a predator is around. But right now it's pretty silent, so we cannot see much. Hmm? Chasing game, enough, Yes, Abhishek.
Arindam Wanderlust Wildlife records a mouse, deer and rusty spotted cat in Kanha.
So Arindam, you're asking about records of rusty spotted cat and mouse deer in Kanha. Both species are recorded. In fact, the rusty spotted cat has been seen in the Khatia buffer zone. I don't know when it was last seen in the core, but there are records of it from the Khatia buffer zone. And the mouse deer is again seen on the. It's been seen a couple of times only. Few records that are here. I've seen it once while returning on the main road near Mukti. But yes, mouse deer are also here, and because these species are largely nocturnal, you don't get to see them very often. Both the rusty spotted cat and the mouse deer.
कोर में भी दिखा है
हाँ
कोर में भी दिखा है
हाँ हाँ पता है माउस डियर का बोल रहे हो ना रस्टी स्पॉटेड कैट कहाँ लिखी है Okay. So Suki is just informing me that the rusty spotted cat has also been seen in the core zone as well. So seen both in the core and the buffer zone.
पैराकल भी दिखा है
कब?
2 साल पहले 7 नंबर
फोटोग्राफ?
फोटो
हाँ
लिए थे, फोटोग्राफी में तो गाइड लिया था। आके मेरे से पूछा था ये कौन सा है, तो
वो
मैं
फोटो है,
पूछना पड़ेगा गाइड से।
एक बार मेरे को सफारी के बाद शेयर कर लेंगे।
पूछता हूँ रखा है कि नहीं रखा है।
अगर होपफुली अगर रेयर ऐसा इतना रेयर हुआ होगा तो होपफुली फोटो रखा हो।
सर आउट एरिया में तो है कैरेकल,
बट इंटरेस्टिंग है सुखी, इसके फोटोग्राफिक रिकॉर्ड्स नहीं मिलते हैं यहाँ से कैरेकल के। इनफैक्ट बता, हम सब डिस्कस करते हैं सफारी के बाद इसका प्रेजेंस के बारे में।
दिन की फोटो 7 नंबर बड़ी ये अपना नाम ज़्यादा चला।
हाँ अभिषेक tell me.
Question by Logic is, why do some birds wings have oil on their wings?
So these are why do some birds have oils on their wings? This is a natural gland used for preening feathers. It's to keep the health of the feathers. So that is why those birds have oils on their wings. This is the natural maintenance that they do of their feathers, keeps them shiny, clean, healthy, good for flying. So that oil is secreted typically during preening, and then the birds actually spread it using their bills across the feather.
सर कुछ है बाइसन वगैरह नहीं है? आवाज़ कहाँ गए थे? मुक्ति में कैसे ले गए? कोई बात नहीं सर।
On safari, you win some and you lose some, so there might be many occasions where you may not necessarily sight a lot of wildlife. Yes, Abhishek.
Arindam Wildlife and Wildlife Center last record by Ramkumar Yadav as a post.
Of which species are in them? You're saying last record of which species? Sorry? Yeah, which cat Arindam are you talking about? Yes, Ramkumar had recorded a rusty spotted cat in the Khatia buffer zone.
Mouse deer and rusty spotted cat.
Yes. So yes, Ramkumar had recorded it, rusty spotted cat from the Khatia buffer zone.
पूछता हूँ फोटो रखा है।
हम्म।
फोटो दिखाया था उसने।
दिखाना, मैं इंटरेस्टेड रहूँगा देखने।
ये कोई रस्टी टाइप का था, वो कैरेकल।
रस्टी स्पॉटेड तो ठीक है, वो तो उसके भी फोटोज मैंने देखे थे। कैरेकल का मेरे को देखना है, देखा नहीं है मैंने।
पूछा कि ये कौन सा है दिल्ली में? कैरेकल।
ठीक है, चलो घुमा लो।
क्योंकि हम लोग बहुत कम देखते हैं कैरेकल। आज तक के नहीं दिखते।
हाँ, मतलब ऐसे तो बहुत से स्पीशीज हैं जो यहाँ पे दिखते नहीं है लोगों को। स्ट्राइप हाइनाइड नहीं दिखेगा, हनी बाजर नहीं दिखता है, ऐसे तो दिखते ही नहीं। So Suki was just talking about the number of species that would be in Kanha, but which visitors are not able to see because they're quite hard to see. One, because of their nocturnal behavior, that they're active at night, and second, they are quite rare themselves. So animals like the honey badger, not the honey buzzard, the honey badger, pangolin, and mouse deer, of course, rusty spotted cat, various other animals which are very, very rarely seen. Suki is also talking about a record of a caracal. I'd be very interested to study that as well. Exceptionally rare animal, and has lost most of its native range. It's a type of small cat, quite different, belongs to the lynx family.